Alright, I'm back. This is part 2 of the first day's stream. Hopefully we'll have some luck and actually see some trains for once. If not, then I really don't know what else to tell you. So moving my equipment over, so I'm going to be busy doing that. So, enjoy the live stream, and also Virtual Rail Fans cameras are right there, so shout out to them. Right there, and all they do, they're fantastic. Hope these lights turn on. Probably if you don't. Dang, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Don't know how there's 3 people here. Hey, Kevin. Yeah, no, I just started this, and there hasn't been another train since that first one I filmed. I'm going to be out here a while if that's the case. I just hope they have all these lights kick on in a minute or two, because if they don't come on, well, then that's it. I'll have to pack up and leave because I won't be able to see anything. So, yeah, I need to use the restroom, but I don't know if I don't want to risk leaving this equipment out here. It could get stolen. Yeah. Oh, shit! Oh, no. That didn't work well. Well, that didn't go as planned. Nah, that's fine. That's totally standard operating procedure. It is I, Railroad Preserver, chilling here on a bench out at the Dalton train platform. Glad to see you're still here, Tegan. Yeah, it's like, did you join the rail fan hobby yesterday? Hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait. That's all it is, really. Come here and hurry up and see a bunch of stuff, or be hurrying up to get here and then you see a bunch of nothing. Just have to wait and see. Wait and see, boys. Wait and see. Wait and see. I wouldn't be all that surprised, Kevin. They're probably just like, oh god, it's that damn kid from like 4 or 5 years ago, or 10 years ago. Whenever they made that account for me back, God knows when, in Folkestone. Yeah, that's right. I actually met one of the guys who helped found the site back on my last trip to Folkestone, which was, oh god, almost 10 years ago. 10, 12 years ago, I don't remember. Yeah. I think sirens this evening. Jonathan's Ralph fan, what's up? What's up? Welcome to the stream. Sorry there's not much to be seen and heard except for me. Well, I say that. Actually, there is something I could show. Turn the camera around. I need to tell the devs I'm streaming right now. The virtual Railfan developers. This could help them out. Hey, Joe Lawrence, if you could help me out here. Hey, if you guys could, let me see if I can get this monitor up for you. If y'all could look this up, it'd probably help regarding trying to get the train movements. Okay, here it is, right here. I don't know if if you guys could try and find this, it'd probably help me out here regarding the movements. God, damn, I need to use the restroom, but I don't know. I don't want to risk leaving all my equipment behind. I'm worried somebody could steal it, so I really don't have much of a choice. Well, Joel, I'll be here until Sunday, so, you know, I don't know what to tell you. I'll be here till Sunday. I got to let the devs know I'm about to go live to show them this passenger car up close. Hopefully what they can gather will be valuable to them. Excuse me. Okay, here we go. So we got the back end where they would actually have a little bit of a buffer thing that would swing out almost like an accordion and connect the two car halves together, so you didn't have to walk over the open coupler knuckle. You've got the coupler line here. It's all locked up, of course, which isn't a problem. For huge ass knuckle coupler. Brake lines. Got your brake hoses, some kind of electrical hoses. I believe this is steam heating or water. I don't remember. I know this is a brake hose. Or two. It's either, one's either electrical and brakes or both. Probably both. And then this was, again, steam heating for the cars. Got a bunch of springs for all the piping. That's probably for the brakes, coupler, where the crew can get on board. That's where the stairs would be. This here would swing down, and that would open up. Got the grab irons on each side. Ladder for up top. Bud Company streamlining. And I'd imagine these are generators to help power the cars, electrical systems. Taking my gear to make sure it's still in one piece. Now I got pictures of this. You can see the wheel truck has got what looks to be, oh God, 2, maybe 6 sets of springs. Got 6 outer springs that are large and then 2 inner springs that are small. Look like counterclockwise to each other, like a worm gear. Hey Jesse, how you doing? Got a Hyatt truck bearing from what I can see. So that's probably a roller bearing. That's not a solid bearing. It's probably a roller bearing that's got its own lubrication. Got the brake shoes along with the brake shoe mechanism to hold all that up. I would think that there, yeah, that's a generator. That right there, that's a generator. There's the drive shaft right there. This ain't going anywhere. I can get under here and get close. Tegan, don't bother Jesse while he's here, please. But yeah, here's the drive shaft that would power this generator, and this would provide electricity for the cars. But as you can see, they've torched it, so that's not being used anymore. Here's the underside of the frame. Got all the various bits, bobs, of piping and equipment. Again, checking my gear. Make sure it's all there, which it is. You've got some kind of valve chamber here. I really don't know. I don't exactly know what that would have been. There's a bunch of patent dates, but there's no info regarding what it is. But I think it's something for the generator. Another bearing, another brake shoe. Locked center pin from outside. Okay. More tanks, probably a generator. This would be this probably had something to do with water or lights. One of the two. More tanks. Oh yeah, that's water. Because that's a water tank, I think. Probably even a septic tank mixed in. Brake pumps right there. Air tanks for the pumps. These would have probably had air conditioning units within them. Another set of trucks with a generator, I'm sure. This probably would have had another generator thing, and then all this back here. And here's a staircase going up. Showing the inside. Here's part of Dalton. Trackside Dalton. They've got a lock and key on here, so you can't see in, sadly. Here's part of it. It's all locked up tight. Yeah, they were trying to restore this car, but I guess donations stopped coming in. It's a shame. I hate seeing it like this, but at the same time, I know it takes a good deal of money to restore something like this. And that's probably part of the ceiling there falling in. And here's that other truck. Good, better view of it from this perspective. Better light. Nothing on this side, but it was probably all gutted when the car was retired. Yeah, it was. Whatever was right here was ripped out. And I think this was supposedly some kind of sleeping car. So that means this would probably have been a linen discharge. They could have gotten the linens off the train and changed them. There's those tanks again. Water filling valve, so these were water. There's your power. That's your power hookup. Need a good sized plug for that. It would have run on AC because there's your starter. And there was whatever was in here. Better view of that generator. So that's an AC generator. Another piece for the generator right here. It also locks into this bearing. What is this? It's a Southern Railway passenger car. I'm going over all the detailing for it in case it ever gets modeled by the Rails Unlimited staff. So these look like the power cables that would have run to the interior mechanism to power the generator. And this valve would have something to do with controlling that. Yeah. Yeah, they had info regarding this car's restoration. Oh no, it's right there, but watch your step. All aboard, Crescent Loaded. So here's what the interior door is like. They've got this one open, so you can see that whole mechanism here in the closed position, and then in the open position right here. What the hell? That's kind of creepy. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that, and I'm going to walk back onto the platform. Well, that totally didn't just scare me half to death. I need to be checking my gear anyhow. Jesus. Okay, all the gear's fine. 40s, probably 50s. They have a donate. The info for it is right there. But I highly doubt it's readable. It's been out here for God knows how long. It's been out here for 10 years. But if y'all want to look up any more info, just look up Southern Railway passenger car, Crescent City 2350. That's probably its number, its service number. And here's the Southern Railway freight depot. Passenger depot no longer exists, but this was restored in 2009, so 2 years before they brought the car in. But here's the info. It's a shame, though. There's no more donations coming in as far as I know, which is a shame. It's a shame, it really is. That's what it looked like before, then after. So it's basically mostly gutted. So it looks like either the whole volunteer thing fell apart or they just ran out of donations. I don't know, because I haven't seen any more work done on the car. It's a shame. I hope maybe somebody will donate the money to save this. So that's what they want it to look like, but here's what the car looked like in 1949. So it's a 40s era car, give or take. But really, it is a shame. There's a donation box, so if you guys want to see this thing restored to look like that, or even that, please donate to this, because it would help them greatly. I don't want to see this car hauled off because it couldn't be restored. I don't want to read 20 or 30 years from now that this thing gets hauled off or cut down where it sits. That would be bad. That'd be real bad. But I'm going to go back up here and just see, because I think this door was a little broken. Old knob and tube wiring. Got your old ventilation. See, there was a bunch of fittings here, but those were probably either cut off or stolen by some idiots. This here is for the brakes. That's the brake lever right there. This here, probably a lead counterweight. Oh yeah, definitely. Got your steel I-beams. These are the frames for this. That's rusted shut. They'd have to get a good bit of WD-40 on that. there's a little bit of the interior. As you can see, some idiot tried to break the door. Are you serious? I'm not gonna do that. That would be bad. Hey porter, your button's not working. Sir, the button ain't working. Here's the builder's plate. Right there. That still works. That locks this down. Or it locks the stairs down, whichever. I can't take the risk. If there's nothing else coming, then I'm going to pack all this up and just put it in our car for right now so that none of it gets stolen. Even though I'm sure Dalton is fairly safe, I can't take the risk. 4001, nice. I think I've caught 4003 here a few times. Southern rail. I'll be back. Get headed soon. And if they have a public restroom, I can help. Something will help a bit, but don't. He should be. I don't know. There's still nothing showing up. But knowing my luck, the train started running again at night for a little bit last time I was here, so I'm having to guess. Got a gorgeous sunset on the other side of the building. Oh, that's right. CSX 500. I met Delay and Block Productions here. I met Drayton here. I just happened to meet him by chance, and it was the first time I got a taste of Dalton. I remember he was doing interview with scale trains here on this platform. And at first he didn't know who I was until I told him my channel name, because before that point I had always commented or left a comment on his videos and live streams. Always giving him a few recommendations for places to check out and visit. And then when he realized who I was, his whole face lit up and he was just delighted to see me. But we didn't get a chance to talk for very long because we were just passing through at the time. I was hoping at least one day when I came back he'd be here so we could actually have a proper introduction, but it hasn't happened yet, and I don't think he's streamed in Dalton for over a year and a half now. But you know, like that, it is what it is. It ain't a problem. I'm just glad I got a chance to meet him. But I could check that off my list. I could say I met Drayton from Delay and Block, and then of course I met one of the guys, I believe one of the founders of Virtual Ralph, and I forget his name, but I met him up in Folkestone when I was young and an absolute idiot. And that's one regret I have, is if I could meet him again, I'd hope it would be sometime now instead of back then, because back then I looked like an absolute idiot who probably would have weirded him out to no end. So, you know, that's open for a better introduction, I suppose. For some reason, though, on their YouTube live streams, I've never been able to comment. It's like whenever I've been able to comment on their live streams, my messages don't show up, and I guess they keep getting deleted for some reason. I don't know. I guess I have to be like a member or something for the messages to stay. But either that or it's, I don't know, some kind of glitch. I don't know. I hope they haven't blocked me from their YouTube channel or something. I mean, if they did, I don't know why. I don't think I've done anything wrong. But yeah, it's like for some reason for me, my chat messages are just don't show up. Like I send them, and then when I refresh it, they haven't gone through. So I really don't know what to do there, but it is what it is, I suppose. Yeah, Mike. That's who it is. That's who I met. Mike. Yeah, that's Mike. That's right. Yeah, I remember they were kind enough to make me an account that lasted for a little while. I remember they made it right when I started middle school, and I was able to use it. And I remember vividly, I was in my middle school teacher's class. I forget his name was Schreiner, I believe. Schreiner. And every time I'd hear a train, I remember I kept the website open and I kept headphones in so the noise wouldn't distract me. But every time I'd hear a train, I'd actually open up a little folder I had and actually check it off. I made a numbered list. It went up to like 2 to 3 to 400 or something. And I ended up checking it off. I ended up checking the train off each time. And then when I got my work done, I'd be looking at at their cameras, watching and just marking the trains down as they went. It got up to a rather high number, probably about, 200 or 300 or something. But I remember they started out in Folkestone with 3 cameras there. One on Main Street, one on the platform side of the tracks, and one on the opposite side of the tracks where they now have the chassis system caboose. They had those 3 cameras there, and now look at it. It's branched out to almost every corner of the U.S., and then some. It's nice to see, and I did actually, I believe I recommended Cordial to him at some point or another, but, you know, I don't remember. I believe I did. But, dang, if you guys like sirens, freaking Dalton's the place for it. There's everywhere now. I'm going to look at the rail traffic control map. This map. Still nothing. It is. This is straight up north. Oh, it's an ambulance. Oh dear. Ambulance. It's an ambulance. Hope everybody's okay wherever he's going. Oh, there's another one. Got an ambulance. Let's see what else comes. There's another one coming. Should be coming this way. Or not. I don't know, Tegan. I really don't know. But I remember it being a bit of a hit and miss kind of thing here. Last time when I came. Like last time it was, yeah, that's right, Kevin. I watched the Thomasville cam. I remember with that one, I got word that 611 was coming through there on a ferry move. That was just after it was restored, so 2015, 2016, sometime after I had seen it in both Spencer and Roanoke after it had been rebuilt and had been returned to Roanoke. That was technically the first time I kind of saw it under Steam live, but it still wasn't like it was if I could have seen it in person. But there isn't exactly a museum near me that has enough track to run 611. I mean, the only one near me technically is Duluth, but they don't exactly have a loop of track they can run it on. Spencer is about the only other one that's close, but even then, that's not enough. Well, that is, of course, if they were kind enough to let the engine run at TVRM, but I don't know if it would clear the tunnel there. But, you know, it is what it is, really. Not that big of a deal. I've missed, like, every other major Railfan event regarding vintage steam and diesel, so it's not like there's much I can really do. It's like I'm the one Railfan who seems to miss out on everything, even heritage units. I mean, I've caught only one genuine heritage unit, and that's the Pensy one. So, yeah. Oh, boy. Well, you're lucky, Tegan. Yeah, I caught 611 in Thomasville. In fact, most of the teachers I had in my class, I got all of the... Heck, during the middle school, I got most of my work in every class done early so I could get onto that cam and watch, just in case 611 ever showed up. And before anybody says, oh, you did that, you rushed through. No, I did the work, made sure it was done on time. And, you know, the teachers that I had were kind enough to let me look at the cameras and see what was coming. Because someone said the train would come, 611 would come through at 2. Then they said it would come through at 3, then 4, then 5. And literally, no joke, my bus driver that I had at the time was kind enough to get me home early enough, just in case, mainly so I could see the engine, and I managed to see it. It was after all that had transpired. If I had known it was going to come through at like 5, I wouldn't have rushed, but, you know, that was then, this is now, and I'm glad to see the engine still running, even if I haven't seen it run in person. I mean, to clarify, I have seen it in person, just never under Steam. It's kind of funny. Most of the steam locomotives I ever saw video of running were ones I managed to see years later, but I never saw any of them running. And a lot of them I saw that I had videos of back when they ran were ones made in like the 80s and 90s by Mark I Video. I remember one that showed TVRM and 611's moves and the Tweetsie Railroad up in Blowing Rock, North Carolina. I know the Tweetsie's still running, but 611, of course, it was restored back to operation 2015, 2016, somewhere around there. Never saw it run in person. 4501, I've seen it, but I never saw it run in person, but I've gotten to see 630 run. 610, haven't seen it run yet. But I heard they're restoring it, so that might be different next time. 4014, missed it by 2 weeks. Never saw it run in person, but I saw it be rebuilt. 1309, I've seen it run through videos, but never in person. Of course, that articulated monster is closer than the 4014, so whenever they upgrade the tracks there, then maybe we could do something regarding that. Or whenever, hell, I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to do any of the trips that most well-known rail fans can do, because I can't seem to handle driving on the interstate. It's like I'm worried I'll get killed or something the minute my car sets foot on them. I mean, but to be fair, I mean, there's not much I could really do regarding the traveling later on, because I'll probably be stuck working for the rest of my life, trying every day to save up only to have it all taken away, you know? Believe me, I'd love to be able to do all these trips. I'd love to be able to go on a rail fan outing, but there's literally no easy way for me to do that, you know? I'll probably be old and gray by the time I'm finally able to do that, and by then I don't think any of the trains I'd like to see run would be running, you know, steam or diesel. But you know, it is what it is. And I think these dang lights have been knocked out because they're not turning on. Usually they turn on around this time. Still nothing. Oh boy. Well, now I'm debating on what I should do. Should I pack up, have us head back to the hotel, or should I just risk it and wait? See what comes after nightfall. More sirens. What a mercy. I don't know if I'm going to keep this stream. Still nothing. Are you serious? God, there's still nothing. Still nothing at all. Oh my God. You gotta be bloody joking. Oh boy. True. I tell you, one thing I never really thought to buy was either one of those really fuzzy microphones or one of those big LED floodlights. I should have bought one for this, in case something like this happened where none of these lights turned on. If nothing changes, I'm probably going to go and pack up. you know, there's a speaker right here that looks like, where it looks like they had a radio scanner at one point, but it doesn't work. It looks like it hasn't worked. At least, I mean, I can't hear it. I don't know. As far as a favorite type of train, more or less vintage stuff. The vintage trains, the kind you don't see in a regular service anymore. Vintage steam, diesel, and electric, as well as rolling stock. It's funny. Over in Canada, they still use those types of vintage passenger cars, like the one I showed you earlier. And over in Australia, believe it or not, they still use vintage F units that had been continuously rebuilt. Over there, they were built in them into like the 70s, if you can believe it. Hey, we got light, boys. We got light, finally. And there's still one without a bulb. Oh, no, excuse me, like 3 or 4. This one here is out. And those 2 are out. And I'd imagine 1 or 2 are down at the very end are out. So that's not good. Let me see about that. I'm sure they'll find out. Tilton. I've never been to Tilton. Well, they got the lights, so that's good. Yeah. Here's me. No, this is fine. This is totally my favorite pastime. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm hoping I get a good bit of train movement, either tonight or over the next few days, but really, there's not much I can do if nothing shows up, you know? Now, the only good thing about this kind of hobby is that, yeah. The only good thing about this hobby, anyway, is it teaches people who are into it about patience, you know, something most people now don't seem to have. Seems like most people my age and just under or just over don't seem to know what patience is. A hobby like this kind of helps remind you of such a thing. Tells you not to try and rush things. Take your time and are patient enough, you'll catch something. At least involving this hobby. Of course, the same can be applied to photography. If you're trying to photograph, say, a bird or something, if you rush, you'll make it fly off before you can get a good picture. But if you're slow, quiet, patient, it'll stay still long enough for you to get the kind of shot you want. It goes with photographing any other kind of animal or thing as well. Take your time while doing it, you'll be able to actually get it done and get it done right without messing up. Of course, it's that simple, really. And the thing is, if more people were a lot patient, probably it'd be all right. But, you know, it's just not how life works. Seems like most of the time now, in life, you got to rush through everything just to get done and just to make ends meet. And really, it's ridiculous. You know, because it ain't healthy. You know, you can't just go and rush through life because eventually, you know, you'll miss everything that means something. You'll miss everything that you'd hold dear. You know, I mean, that's just the thing that's why I try to take it as slow as I can most days, you know? Because I'm worried if I go too fast, I'll miss something meaningful. Something my parents don't even get. Like this job. Do I want a job and need one? Yes, absolutely. But am I trying to rush like crazy, like a bird with my head cut off? No, no, I'm not. Why? Because if Murphy's Law is, if I tried to get another job elsewhere, the one I already turned an application for will call. Besides, they told me to check back with them at the end of the month, and if there's no opening, then that's it. I'll just apply somewhere else. Like, I don't know, there's a grocery store in your Hull that is hiring. I could try and see what they have there. There's always other places that are looking for somebody who can help move stuff around and stuff, but it is what it is. Thing is, I'm not like somebody who works 4 or 5 jobs in a single day. That's something that I wouldn't be able to do. I don't have that. I'll admit I don't have that kind of work ethic. Hell, I commend those who have such a work ethic. It's a very honorable trait, and it's a very honorable thing. But I'm also concerned because anybody who does that, works 5, 6, 7 jobs in one day, it concerns me because I'm worried they'll end up overworking themselves, if they don't take a break, at least for a few minutes, even the hardest of workers need to have a break for at least a few minutes. Otherwise, they'll get overwhelmed or, end up having some kind of thing happen, I get working nonstop and working multiple jobs is very commendable, but at the same time, it also, like its pros, it also has its cons, You can end up unknowingly overworking yourself to the point of exhaustion or to where you may have some kind of issue later on, And I know some people say, oh, if you stop, you'll fail, or if you stop, you'll get fired. No, look, most bosses understand their employees need to take time off. That's normal in every job you go into and every job you work, You get time off for a reason, so you don't overwork yourself. And to be honest, even the bosses who run everything have to take time off once in a while. And there's a good example. There's a delivery driver my stepdad knows who helps deliver equipment. Never missed a day of work in his life in all the years he worked. And recently, and it's in like months back, he was offered to take a vacation. And he said, I don't want to miss work to go and take this vacation. Well, his boss, metaphorically, mind you, if you don't take this vacation, I'll fire you. Now, of course, when he said that to the delivery driver, he didn't really mean he would really fire the delivery driver. That was just his way of saying, look, I insist you take this vacation. It's not a bad thing if you take a vacation. You'll still have your job when you come back. But, that's, for somebody who works, 4, 5, 6, maybe even 8 jobs in one day, it wouldn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to take a break for maybe a few minutes to a few hours or even a day or two. You're not going to get fired from your jobs for taking a little day off. You're not going to fail if your work's not done right that minute, Your job will still be there. Your work will still be able to get completed and turned in. The bosses will understand that, They can understand if an employee needs a little bit of time off to have at least some sort of break. And I know the current mantra is, oh, if you stop, you fail. I get that, but at the same time, it's not exactly a good mantra to have. Because, again, it could cause you to end up overworking yourself even when you don't see it yourself, With me, I'm just trying to get a little job that I could hold down like gold, where I could get some kind of income coming in that I can gradually save up. And really, so one's better than none. Because if I don't have any kind of income coming in, well, there's not much I'd be able to do then. You know? And I think the point I'm trying to make is, don't be afraid or be discouraged to take a day off or take things slow, because really sometimes that's when the most meaningful things in your life can come up, is when you actually slow down to relax for a little bit. And really, that sometimes is the best way of, sometimes that's just the best way to live your life when you have a chance to, is to just slow down and take it slow, because eventually you will end up going so quick that you can't exactly stop. But basically, take that time while you can, while you're young. Because it teaches you patience, and it teaches you just not to rush when there's not a time to rush. Now, when the time calls for it, or you have to, absolutely go for it. Go all cylinders. But if it were something like the weekend, kind of like this, don't continuously rush through it. Slow down it for a little bit and just enjoy it. I mean, there's a famous quote I remember hearing of one time, and it was don't squander time. That's what the greatest things in life are made of, or something like that. It was something to that effect, but really, it's complicated, more or less. But at the same time, I just wish a lot more people would actually take some of that stuff to heart, because it seems like nowadays everybody is rushing around, trying to do multiple jobs to make ends meet, and they don't have time to slow down or stop, And I wish it did, and I really hope that's not how it's going to be, for the future. I'd hope anybody who works a good job and works it without fail gets time off. And for those who do work 4 to 5 jobs on top of anything else they're doing, I commend you. It's a very admirable and even honorable thing. But it doesn't hurt to take a break for a few days to a few hours, because you're not going to lose any of those jobs taking a break for a few hours to a few days. You're not going to get fired, and you're not going to fail. You will not fail if you take a break for maybe a few hours to, a few days. The work can still get done. It can still get turned in. And you can still always go back to work once that sort of break is done. You just got to let your boss know in advance. Or bosses if you're working multiple jobs. But it's not impossible to take a break, I mean, I get there's work to be done. I get that. But, don't overwork yourself. Because that's where you end up running into all sorts of different health problems and whatnot, Both physical and mental. And that sort of thing is, it concerns me, I worry about those I've heard about who work numerous jobs in one day, because I'm worried they're unintentionally overworking themselves, both physically and mentally, because while that's a good thing and a good trait, it also has its cons, which is what I just mentioned, because then you're pretty much paranoid and feel like, if I stop, I'm going to fail, or if I stop, I'm going to get fired. And really, that's not the case. You're not going to get fired if you stop. You're not going to fail if you stop and take a break, As I've said multiple times now, for an hour or two or a day or two. Those in charge of the job you do understand that the employee needs a break, or can take a break whenever they need to. Just as long as they do the job they were doing, or finish what they were doing when that break's over, as long as they finish what they were doing, or finish the job they were doing before they took that break, then it's all right. Or as long as, the boss in charge gets some kind of notice in advance, then it also makes it okay. But, I don't know how one would do that, doing 4 to 5 jobs, but at the same time, you know, if they could do it, I'm sure their boss would understand. Because even the bosses have to take time off sometimes. I know if I were working multiple jobs every day, it'd drive me nuts. It'd drive me insane, even. And I can tell you I wouldn't be as happy as I am now. I'd probably be miserable. To be honest, I probably will be miserable even when I do start working because, hell, I don't know if I'll be able to do these trips again. Why? Because I don't know how I could actually plan them or schedule time to where I could do them, even if they were for a weekend, you know, Friday through Sunday, like this. You know, I don't know if I'd be able to, you know, plan something like this. I'm not good at planning trips. A good example, it's like someone asked, someone in my family asked me, "What are you going to do for your 21st birthday?" And I was like, "I don't know. I never thought of anything." And, you know, I never thought of anything because half of what I like to do and actually enjoy doing is stuff that no one else in my family's interested in and stuff that's too far away or too expensive to do. Like, I mean, we went up to Blue Ridge, Georgia on the way up here, and that got me thinking about something I could do for my birthday. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized it's just not possible. I mean, my parents aren't interested in trains like I am. My sister most certainly isn't interested in trains. She could care less about what I like. But, you know, I've just gotten to where I just really, whenever my mom and them ask me what I want to do, I've just gotten to where I simply don't even say anything or just say, well, I haven't been thinking about anything for my birthday because I know anything I'd want to do would eat up at what they're trying to save up, you know, financially. I mean, I don't really think my parents realize just how much I truly worry about them as far as, you know, mentally speaking, financially speaking. I mean, I worry about them far more than they probably worry about me. I mean, and I'm sure I get they're well off and they're okay financially. Most adults are, but you never know. I mean, there's always that thing in the back of your mind, you know, that says what if or what could happen. And it just, that's why I want to try and get a job and all that's close, you know, because it just, in case something happened to them, I'd be able to get back home quick so I could help them or do something, you know. But, I mean, really, regarding my birthday, but going back to that, it's like, I really haven't thought of anything, like, I haven't come up with anything I want to do. Like, because, you know, it's not like we can just drive from my hometown up here. It's just not possible. You'd have to stay overnight in order to make something like this possible. And there's not much to do up here in Dalton that would appeal to the rest of my family. I mean, really. That's why me and my grandmother are the only ones who come up here. And I know, like, if we did, I mean, and I looked at how much it costs to ride the train in Blue Ridge. It isn't cheap. Plus, you probably have to get up early in order to get there. I mean, it's just, the more I think about it, the more I realize it's just not that possible, really. I mean, I hate it, but you know, there's not much I can really do. I really don't know if I'll be able to go on any more trips after this one here in Dalton, to be honest, because, you know, right now, the next stage of my life is just so uncertain. And even if I did get a job, I don't know if I'd be able to make time to where I could go, say, to Savannah or something, because I just, I, I wouldn't know how to make it all work. I mean, and I know most new employees have to work a certain amount of time before they're even given vacation time. Even if you were to ask your boss, you know, hey, I've got a trip coming up X number of months away, you know, there's no telling if they'll give you the green light to go on it. And really, that's their call. They can decide whether you can go or not. Even if you did tell them in advance, that doesn't mean they'll let you go. But I mean, it is what it is. And really, I haven't come up with anything for my birthday, and really much of anything else for that matter. I mean, I tell you, I don't think any of y'all on YouTube or those who watch me know just how much I genuinely worry about things every day. Out behind the lens when I'm not recording anything or doing anything, I worry about a lot of things. Myself, my future, my family, their future. I mean, I don't think my parents and them realize just how much I truly worry about them. I mean, at home when I'm around them, sure I do what they ask me to do. I may complain now and again, but I still get what they ask me to do done. Sure, you might have to remind me a few times, but I still get it done. But at the end of the day, I worry about them, even if I never voice it. I genuinely worry about them. But I don't think they realize just how much I do worry about them. And it's not like I can simply go and explain it to them like I am now, because it's like I can't get the words to come out right. And when I try to, it just comes out as stutter and mess. It's ridiculous, really, but it's true. I mean, sure, I can talk around him fine, but if it's anything important like that, I just can't seem to get the explanation out right. But, that's all then, and well, this is the present. I need to look at that ATC thing or whatever it is. See if anything's come up. Speaking of which, my grandmother just asked if there was any trains. The answer, unfortunately, is no. Nothing. Nothing. There's nothing. Absolutely, positively nothing. Aiden, what's up, man? I mean, really. I know one thing. I know last year when I turned 20, we went up to the mountains, and I just did a bunch of photography and all, but that was just a day trip kind of thing. Don't get me wrong, I got plenty of pictures and plenty of video, but it just, I really just didn't enjoy it all that much. Like my family had hoped we'd be able to get up there so I could see the fall colors, but well, if y'all saw the video, y'all should know that I didn't see much of any. Just bare trees and branches. But, I mean, I still had somewhat of a good time. It's just not exactly what I had hoped. I mean, my parents aren't into train watching like I am. I mean, they're not into photography like I am. They're not into traveling long distances like I am. And I mean, really, a lot of the stuff I'd like to do, it's just out of their price range or their driving range, I mean, really. And it's just, I've just gotten to where I just don't say anything or haven't really bothered to plan anything for what I'd want to do regarding that sort of thing. I mean, is it unfortunate? Well, I mean, if that's just all depends on how you look at it, really. I mean, it's not really all that big of a deal. I mean, yeah, I turned 21. Great. That's good. Just a year older and a year crazier. Maybe even a year miserable, depending on how you look at it, It's just, I'm just being honest. I never really set any kind of plan for the future. I never thought that far ahead. I'm probably like most teenagers or most kids who thought, oh, I don't have to worry about getting a job or doing this, doing that. No one ever really thinks about that until it comes right up in their face, really. Then once you start thinking about it, and worrying about it. It eats you up. It makes you worry. It makes you start thinking more and more about what you didn't exactly plan for and are now having to be basically walk into blind. That's essentially what's happened to me. I didn't plan for this being this far ahead in the future. I didn't write something down at 15 saying, oh, here's what I want to do at 20. Here's what I want to try and do later. No, very rarely does someone at that age or at this age that I'm at now, very rarely do people actually do that sort of thing, you know? It's unfortunate, but it's true. No one really thinks about the future until it comes right in their face and basically makes them have to think about it. I never thought about it until I had to. And really, by that point, it was too late. Most people who get a job end up getting one at like 14 or 15. They don't get their first job at 20. That's technically considered late by normal standards. And for me, that's the problem. There's not many jobs I'm able to do. You know, I mean, yeah. It's just... It's kind of like I'm on a freaking path without a compass, and there's a fork ahead of me. You know, and it's like, I can see, obviously, that I could either go left, I could go right, or continue straight ahead. But I don't have a compass, so I don't know which way to go, and which way to go would be the easiest way or the right way. I genuinely feel lost, really. I mean, I really do feel like I don't know where to go or what direction to take, because I'm worried about what may happen. But I know everybody's like that. Everybody worries about what may happen in the future because they simply don't know what could happen. I mean, you could be here one day, be gone the next. I mean, you could have a whole life and lose it all the next, you know? I mean, you could have the best job in the world and you could lose it, you know? I mean, you could have everything you ever wanted and then it could all be gone within the next day or two. You really can't tell stuff like that. You can't predict it. No one can predict the future. I can't. None of y'all can. It's kind of like what Christopher Lloyd said in Back to the Future. You know, of course it's been erased. It means your futures haven't been written yet. No one's has. So make it a good one. And I really hope I can make mine a good one, but you know, you just can't predict that. You know, nobody can predict their future. No one can predict their destiny. And it's rare for most people to get the kind of job in life they want to live or dream to live. Those who get it are ones who work very hard, harder than most people. And those are the rare exceptions to most people, you know. Like, I mean, believe me, everyone in my family thought I'd go and work for the railroad, given my love for trains, but I never did. Why? Because every dang training school for that sort of job is up in Atlanta. And I can't drive on the interstates in Atlanta. No, not even my parents want to have to deal with that mess. Plus, it costs too much to live there. And that's too far away from home for me. If they had the school in, say, Macon or Augusta or even Athens, then yeah, that's doable. That's a lot more doable, and it's still fairly close to home. But, you know, I've never lived out on my own before. I've never moved out on my own before. I've driven a lot on my own, but that's about it. You know, I mean, there's not much I can really do. I mean, you could say I'm sheltered or spoiled even, but the fact is, there's a lot I still haven't learned, and I should have learned far earlier. I mean, I know most people would say, you know, what if you learned this earlier? What if you learned that earlier? Would you be better off now? I mean, I can't answer that, because even if I did learn all that earlier on, then would it have really made a difference? I don't think so. I still think it'd still be mostly the same thing as you see right now before you. And I know I've said it many times in many other streams, but I don't really intend on going to college. I mean, because, and the reason is because of all the controversy surrounding most of the dang colleges. It's just, I don't want to get involved in that. You know, I don't want to get involved in that. Plus, I mean, this is my opinion, I just don't want to come out as an idiot, more or less. Because really, even though you get a college degree, that doesn't guarantee you a job. That's just a paper simply stating that you're certified to do so and so job. I mean, really, to me, college is only good if you intend to be like a doctor or a lawyer or somebody in those fields. Either that or working for the government, which is about as crooked as you can get, but we're not going to talk about that here. No, what they should do is have more trade jobs open. Trade jobs that you can go into and learn on while doing the job, you know? Because that's how a lot of well-known and successful people actually got their start. They didn't go read out of a college textbook. They went and actually did it with their hands. It's like this building here. Whoever built this building didn't go to a college. They probably built it doing it how they using what the experience they learned while doing the job over the years. And I mean, really, if they did that more often now, I guarantee you'd see a lot more people getting, you know, more and more successful. But, you know, there's no telling if that'll happen ever again, you know? There's too much red tape involved. Too many forms you got to sign. Too much paperwork you got to go through. Is it complicated and is it stressful? Absolutely. It's probably more stressful than it really needs to be, but, you know, that's just really the way it is, unfortunately. And it's, I mean, for someone like me who's going into all this blind, it's a problem because, you know, you worry you'll miss something, and and that whatever you miss could have a major impact on what you're doing, you know. I really don't want to have to go through that. But, you know, that's neither here nor there, really. Speaking of the time, it's currently 7:29. Had to be 7:30. Still no traffic. But if I recall, I believe the traffic starts coming back through at around, 8-ish, 9-ish. I don't know. The Southern Illinois Railroads, good luck with that, man. Good luck. And listen, I don't know if this is true, but I've heard rumors that most Class 1 railroads don't want to hire anybody who are considered rail fans. That's just a rumor. I don't know if it's true, so do not quote me on that word for word. But listen, if you were to go into that kind of work field, don't go into it like a rail fan. Go into it as somebody who genuinely wants to learn. Okay, I mean, you know, go into it open-minded. Feel free to ask questions, you know, because that helps. But ask questions that are genuine. I mean, because that also helps, you know. I mean, with me, I wouldn't really want to work on a Class 1 because it's too, well, corporate, you know. It's too corporate. No, I'd probably want to work, if it were me, I'd probably want to try and learn and work on a short line railroad, like, say, Class 2 or Class 3, and there are a few around me that are rated as such. You know, Athens Line, Hartwell, Great Walton, they're Class 3 to 2 or 3. I know Genesee and Wyoming, they run out of Cordele, Macon, and a few other places. I'm sure they hire, but I have to look into that more. But at the same time, I know the railroad industry is nothing like it was 30, 40, 50 years ago. You know, it's not like the way it used to be. It's not really as genuine as you often hear and see in older archival films and amateur railfan films from the era, you know, 70s through the 90s. It's not like what you see then anymore. It's a shame, really. I mean, everybody said I have an old soul, and I think I know why. Because I feel like I missed out on all the stuff that I would actually have enjoyed doing and could have done, as a kind of job or career. But those said jobs and careers simply no longer exist. I mean, the kind of jobs and trades I'd love to try and do are ones where you learn on the job. You don't learn filling out a dang textbook. You learn on the job by working with your hands, working on the equipment that you'd subsequently be using or repairing. I mean, that's sometimes is the best way to learn something like that, is to learn it by doing it, not learning it by filling out paperwork and textbooks and whatnot. For certain jobs, I can understand why that's required, but at the same time, there's a good number that are better off being learned by doing them with the actual equipment, I mean, say it's like this bench here. If you wanted to learn how to put it together, you'd be better off learning how to do it where they do it often, learning from the guys who've been doing it for years, learning it from the people who know how to do it and do it right. I mean, you can't go to college to build a building or build a dang bench. I don't really think, well, I mean, I guess you could, but I don't think the professor who's teaching it would know how to do it himself. I mean, it's like heating and air, for instance. You can go to college or tech school to learn about heating and air, but what you learn is not what you're going to be doing out in the normal work environment. I've interned with my stepdad, and I know what it's like. It's nothing like what you would probably end up seeing in a tech school environment, because that's a controlled environment. And in a real working scenario, there is no such thing as a controlled environment. That's the same thing with every kind of job you do. The college version of what they want you to do is nothing like the real thing. I guess you could say it's more or less kind of like a parody, so to speak. It's almost kind of like a parody. It's showing you how it could be done, just not the way it normally is done. But I mean, that's neither here nor there, really. Currently, the time is 7:34. Still no damn train traffic. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, it's like you joined the rail fan hobby yesterday. Hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait. That's all it is, really. Just hurrying up and waiting, really. I don't know if any of y'all have the virtual railfan site, but if y'all could go to the Dalton cam, it probably wouldn't hurt to ask around, what trains are known to be coming. I know there's sometimes the symbols shown, but I don't know. I've never really used the train symbols or called the trains by their symbols in any of my videos because I don't know them. I mean, I guess you could say, even though I've been railfanning for like the past 5 years, I guess you could still label me an amateur. Why? Because, for one thing, I don't have a scanner. I don't know the train symbols. Hell, I can't even read what most of the signals mean. All I know is red. For all three, red means stop. Green means you got at least something coming in either direction, depending on what signal's pointing where. But if it's like multicolored and whatnot, I really don't know what it would mean. But, it is what it is, really. Yeah. Ah, finally, we got something. Got a green, boys. Got a green. Right there. CSX. Going from Chattanooga to Atlanta. Or vice versa. I don't know. Military. We got military. Okay then, boys. Yo, Kevin, they got tanks on this thing? Or explosives? I don't know. I'm guessing at this point. I mean, I'm guessing, Kevin. Well then, hello. What do we have here? We got company, boys. Those in the live stream, I believe I've got company. Don't know if it's good or not. Alright, let me... I'll keep an eye on them. Alright, this is set up. So, the waiting game begins, more or less. Sorry if the image is fuzzy, that's just how it is for nighttime. I know one thing, it is cold as hell. There's an echo. Call me an ancient man of war, Doctor. Old. One we're gonna call it old. By the way, I don't believe anybody's ever seen me with this on again. The Green Army jacket returns, boys. Haven't worn this in a while. These rabbits through. Just don't know what time they'll be here. All I can do for that is guess. Well then, that'll be interesting. Oh, God. I'll be back. Oh, we got a red block. Okay, CSX to Chattanooga and or Atlanta. So, I got red just after South Tunnel Hill. I went into North Dalton. Green. Means I'm right about the signaling. That means he should be getting a clear right around here. I need to go down to in front of the car, passenger car, and check the signals. Hold on, whoa. Per friend, A704, just by Tunnel Hill, W890, right behind him with a restricting signal. So that's the red. That's good. Trying to see what the camera quality is like. That seems normal to me. Again, I'm sorry for the camera being so hazy. There's not much I can really do. Oh, I completely forgot about this. Aha! I am a genius! I can't do anything about the glare from the lights. I'm sorry. Believe me, I would. I'd do something if I could. Joe Lawrence, tell me, what, hey, Joel Lawrence, could you give me a sort of running account regarding where those two trains are? That way I can have at least some sort of advanced warning. There was a friend, an older gentleman who lived up in Ashburn, Georgia, who actually helped me out by letting me know when two NS trains were coming. He's since passed away, but at the time I was really grateful to him for helping out with that, because he lived right by the tracks. I know the crews all knew him. I forget his name, but he actually gave me a Central Georgia button. Oh, there's one of them now. I just heard the horn. Get your cameras rolling, boys. So that more or less was a local by the sound looks of things. 2 engines, 3 cars. 5 total. So was A704 that local? I can't tell. Could somebody please verify that? Okay, it got a red now. South Dalton. That was A704. Thank you, Kevin. So that means W890 will be behind him. Hopefully he'll be moving out soon now that he's cleared, because he looked like he was booking it. Oh. Excuse me. Dang allergies. To those of y'all watching on the Railfan camera, I don't have the account on the website anymore that's active, but I hope I'm not driving y'all nuts for me rambling. Yeah. Enjoy the trains. Apparently that was A704, I believe. I'll have to go back and check. I'm not used to using the normal call signals for them. Yeah, I can't get the actual, my camera's lighting thing. My camera doesn't have a backlight, but at the same time, I don't know how to increase its brightness setting. Dang it, I don't know why, but my camera, it actually makes the image darker than it needs to be. I don't like that, but I can't do anything about it. And it's like, I don't know if it's just your age or something. Now I'm talking about on my normal camera, not the phone. I'm talking about the power shot that I use. Trying to figure out what I need to do to actually get it so that it'll actually have anything I film at night. I'm trying to get it so anything I film at night will show up clearer, because you can only see so much. Oh, the police done got a trucker right now. You just pulled him over. I can see his lights. Sorry, bub. Nothing personal. I don't know what to do. I mean, like when I'm not filming, the camera goes into a kind of night mode, but I don't know what setting I need to hit for it as far as like the power shot goes. Let me go check and see if W8 or whatever it is. Okay, we got a red. That's prior to the diamond. It's at least something, but I don't for the life of me know how to. Well, I don't know what I'm gonna do. This camera can't record the trains at night like this one, like this phone can. I don't even think the Rebel could do it either. And it doesn't have an automatic zoom. Still red for CSX at the moment. I'm coming from Chattanooga. Going to Atlanta or vice versa. I'm almost tempted to record the trains on my phone. At this point, it's a waiting game now. That's all it really is. I don't know about the audio feed. I haven't heard the scanner hasn't come on at all since I've been here. I might need to ask him about that next time it's up. Need to ask him about that tomorrow when they're open. Before y'all ask, it's just water. That's all it was. I wasn't gonna drink the rest of it. Where's trash? Oh, boy. look like a freaking idiot. Oh my god. Oh boy. Sounds like somebody there, or whether in town, did a burnout just then. Yeah, sounds like people are doing freaking burnouts in the freaking street. Thank you, Joel. Yeah, Kevin, I'm like you. Where is this? Where is this W? I'm like you, Kevin. Where is this 890 at? I don't even know where this thing is. Well, right now, from what I've been seeing on the ATC board or whatever it is, there's a red signal. In fact, I need to go and check just to make sure that's still active. Ah! Red, but red just before the diamond, green coming in. There it is, right there. CSX to Chattanooga, going to Atlanta. Meaning he'll probably, if he's depending on what direction he's going and from Atlanta, he may end up, some of these trains may actually end up going over the Abbeville subdivision. MB Mars is going to be in for a field day, boys. Yeah. MB Mars, one's a rail fan who lives and rail fans around Hull and Athens. I think he's one of the few local area rail fans other than Railscape's Trains and Travel, but there was a rather brief stint. I know my friend Zena could be considered a local rail fan. He films around Athens and Hull and whatnot. But MB Marzo ones is the more well known of the two. And then there's Sam Ringgold. He's another rail fan from Georgia, and he's been filming all over Georgia. Yes. Problem is, I won't be there to see it. I think I just heard him. Yeah, that's him. I hear him. He's coming. Yeah, that's him. He's coming. Again, just to be sure. Yeah, W890. I don't know what the W stands for, but I'm guessing. So, yeah. I believe he's going to stop. Let's see if I'm right. Yep. I think I might be right. He might be stopping. Ah. Well, I'll give the engineer points. He knows how to stop a train. It ain't instant, especially with it being such volatile cargo. He'd have to stop smooth like this. Yeah, he's truly creeping to a stop now. World's slowest train. Wait, let's see. Hang on. I hear a hissing. Y'all hear that? I'm hearing like a hiss noise. Just saw some green red ants. Grab the CSX to Atlanta, and there's green for CSX. You can't see it. Right there between those two cars, I'm hearing what sounds like air hissing out of the hoses. Right between those two cars there. You hear it? Don't know if the train crew knows that, but I don't think an air hose was secured tight enough. Wonder if they know. Feel bad for them having to walk all the way back here. Now here's the current route map. And look here. Here's what we currently got. What looks to be 3 trains. So that's going to be interesting because now there's going to be a bottleneck. And, well, I can say this. That's going to be interesting. Means there'll be something coming. There'll be a few things coming right after he clears. I can tell you this sucker's not going to jerk when it sets off again. It's going to be gradual. He does not want to disturb what's in these containers. I can tell you that much. I certainly wouldn't. Well, I'm hearing air hissing out between those two cars I was pointing at a few minutes ago. I don't know if that's normal. I know it's normal for the end of the train, but not somewhere in what may be the middle. Be a long walk if that's another reason. Well, seeing as we're going to be here for a while, I'm going to end the recording on the camera, and I'll keep it on standby until he starts to move. How long do you think it'll take for this crew swap to occur? Because I don't want him to just suddenly abruptly... I don't want him to abruptly start... Uh-oh. Your emergency vehicles. Hopefully that ain't relating to this train. I don't think it is. It's not. Another ambulance. Right. Well, it showed green on the NS line, but nowhere near Dalton. It was looking like it was closer to Atlanta. It says it's a CSX train to Chattanooga. It's got green, but... And there's this one that's red, coming into to or from Atlanta. I wasn't. The green's NS train only came up for a minute. Hang on, which side? The depot side or the road side? I'm confused. Hell, I guess I'll find out when I find out, I suppose. Oh, it's getting cold out here. I know that much. I'm jacking it as much as anything to keep it warm. Okay, green is like it's not. Sometimes it's got green clear up the north, Dalton Blackburn. I'm guessing those numbers are blurry on the screen. Doesn't help the scanner isn't working. Radio scanner out here is out. I will say though, it'd help if they could get a floodlight of some kind that could shine down on the trains, but hell, I don't know if they'd allow that now. Not right in the middle of the diamond and whatnot. I don't know, at least something to illuminate the train better for cameras like mine. Right now, if you look on screen, it's barely indistinguishable. Well, I know he came through and it took 9 minutes in the normal recording. Now it's 2 more minutes than in the next one. So I don't know if I want to keep this unedited or not. This may be a case where I do have to trim stuff out. Yeah, that's the crossing. I don't want to risk being on the side of this, on the other side of the tracks. I mean, the phone's picking up the train great because it's got a good light sensor. This camera, the Power Shot's from 2015. The only good thing about it is its color quality. Color and picture quality. But, you know, it works better than my camcorder, which always had a yellow haze in the picture, and then a purplish, wet, almost mirage-style haze when you zoomed in real close. So, this is an improvement, and it's one I can live with. Well, it's not just that, it's just I don't know how safe Dalton is at night, especially even around here, you know, is what I'm saying. Plus, I don't want to block traffic as well. That wouldn't be good. 5 minutes currently since I started recording again on the camera. 2 hours 33 on the live stream. I love it took till about dark for it to finally pick up. You can't see anything on the camera. Okay, we got some green on ads. We'll move on here. Between Freeman and the Valley. And the green's gone. Yes, next to the Chattanooga and Atlanta. Still green on him. Yes, next line is red. Murphy's Law is going to be when I really stop recording. The train's going to move, but I don't want to waste footage. I'm just glad I charged my battery well in advance. And the cold, it kind of helps keep it up for a little longer. But here's what I mean when I'm talking about the camera. Look here. Here's what it looks like right now when I'm not recording. And here's what it looks like when I am. See how you can barely see the train in this recording? It's ridiculous. It would be nice if it were to record with this setting right here, but it won't let me access it. It's like it's not available for video. It'd be nice though. Well, I just think it's an older camera that didn't have the night option all that readily available. It was a gift too, so I mean, I'm not gonna speak bad of a gift, especially when it was able to help me out. Besides, the phone makes up for this. Heck, actually, this phone has a better light sensor than the one I used when I first came here. When I first came here, I was using that older phone that finally died on me. So this is an improvement. I know, like flash bulbs. Yeah, that's the thing. Flash bulbs. Well, hey Joel, if you're going near Chattanooga, you might be able to. I'd love for you to come down here. Be nice me not being the only rail fan at the platform. I mean, really. I mean, most of the time I was here, there may have been only like one or two other rail fans, but usually the first day like this, heck, today Then really the only rail fan out here in full gear. Except for those people who were out here filming a music video, and there was one other gentleman who came by, but nothing came, so he left. I've been here solo pretty much all day. Well, I mean, it's usually like that when you get here on a Friday afternoon. Hey, Atlanta Rail Fan Productions, how are you? Well, Joel, you have fun at TVRM. I don't want you to miss out on that. You have a better chance of seeing it than I will, man. There's no way I could get to Chattanooga. It's so crazy with all the roads up there. It'd be impossible for me to make it up there. That's why you don't see me at every Railfan event from here to North Carolina and back. It's just too crazy of a drive, and I'd never be able to manage. Mainly because it seems like every time I go out and drive, somebody's trying to kill me, you know? I'm fine, Atlanta Railfan Productions. I'm just out here. Oh, no, Railfan Productions, I'm fine. I'm just out here freezing my rear end off. I'd just say something else if it wasn't due for the cam right here, which I know has younger viewers, so, yeah. Hey, Joel, I-75 and all that's been obsolete since it was built. I mean, really. Oh, man. Well, it is what it is, as they say. By the way, I don't know how that yard interchange is going to come back through. But in all seriousness, though, if I were to do a trip like this, I'd be taking as many back roads as I could. I wouldn't care how crazy the mountain drives were. I wouldn't want to risk dealing with all the madness regarding the interstates. I mean, really, it's like, I don't know, for me it's just harder to drive in massive amounts of traffic, but it's like the road between my town and Comer and the road around there from Hull all the way up to like Elberton is actually manageable for me. It's something I can drive and not be worried or freaking out. I guess for me it's just due to that being roads I know and have been on all the time. We came up US 76 actually. That's the road we've been taking every time we've come up here. I was filming a time lapse of the drive and then, hell, right in the middle of the recording, the whole phone just stopped recording due to it getting overheated. I'm guessing that's due to the battery and the sunlight hitting it in the wind through the windshield. But really, right in the middle of recording, it just stopped because it got overheated and shut off. It's kind of like Winston Link when he was doing audio recordings on the Blue Ridge grade. He paid a woman to use her power current, and she accused him of draining too much electricity. So, right in his own words, and I quote, when they were filming the train, he says, and I quote, right in the middle of the recording, she went and pulled the fuse out. And it got to where he actually had to bring his own fuses. I always thought that story was funny. I mean, really. He never really considered himself a rail fan, but really, I think he was. Even if he never admitted, I think there was a part of him that was technically some kind of rail fan. You know, he and others like him preserved an era that you just don't see that much. You don't see it anymore. You don't see life like it was back in the 50s anymore. I mean, it's like back, you look at video, movies, radio, pictures from that time, you wouldn't think it was real now, really. You'd have no idea it was real unless you knew somebody who was alive or grew up back then, you know? It's heartbreaking, really, because it was so much easier back then, so much simpler. More innocent, really. You didn't hear about madness going on all over the world. You didn't hear about crime all over the place in your own country or in your own backyard, so to speak. You didn't hear about that. You didn't have crazy people walking around town at night, you know? I mean, really, it's heartbreaking, really. I mean, back then kids go and play out in the street at night. You don't see that anymore. Back then, you could walk anywhere you wanted to and not get questioned for it. I mean, there was a lot of stuff you could do that was okay then that you just can't do now because of everyone being too paranoid or too violent or too superstitious or a multitude of other things. It's crazy, really. And I do believe it when everybody says I've got an old soul. I almost feel like I should have been born back then. I mean, there's some days where I feel like if I had been born back then, I actually would have been all right. Like, I feel like I would have actually been able to do something with myself then. It's like now I just feel like the odd man out. I mean, really, I do. If I can't, I mean, no joke, if a 20-year-old like me can't even figure out half of what these more up to date computers and phones can do, that should really tell you something. I mean, if technology is advancing that fast to where someone like me who's been around it for years can't figure it out, that really says something. Heck, it's progressed so far now that, no joke, VHS film of me that was made back 20 to 15 years ago, I don't know where I can take it to get, like, transferred to DVD now. Because they don't offer that anymore. And I don't want to lose that footage because it's the only footage of it that I've got from back then that still exists. And I mean, I don't know where I could go and get that all transferred. And I've got a number of tapes, not just of me, but of relatives who've since passed away that I've collected that I want to try and get transferred. And that ain't going to be cheap. I don't even think it's even possible to transfer some of them because there's a risk the tapes may fall apart. Uh, I mean, I really don't know what else to say, to be honest. If y'all are curious as to what I'm wearing as far as shoes go, I've got a recommendation if you ever need new shoes. These are some Merrells I got, made by the same company who made those tennis shoes I wore forever that finally fell apart. They're a good brand of shoes. They're a bit pricey, but they're comfortable. They fit nicely, and really, well, I recommend them. They fit good, they feel good, and you don't have to worry about them falling apart on you after like a month and a half. I had mine for like, the tennis shoes made by them for like most of my high school years, which was about 3, 4 years, and then a few years after that. So, yeah, I got my money's worth out of them, which is good. It's kind of rare to see that type of stuff anymore now. Hang on, is there another train that's going to come beside here? I can't tell. If there is, I don't... I gotta look at that map. Something seems off. It sounds like there's another train coming, but I can't be sure. I'm not certain of it. I gotta go look. I don't know if the two rail fans in this chat could help me out here, but it'd help me a bunch if I could know what's going on. Still getting the same thing on the screen in the depot as I am here. Ah, so I'm guessing the left side, correct? Side I won't be able to see. Go figure. My train is blocked by munitions. Seems normal to me. I'm surprised, like, the freaking guys of the Railfan cam don't just take audio bits of my lunacy and just make it into a compilation. Because, to be fair, I may sound like I'm crazy, but I can be pretty funny. Oof. Well, I mean, I could technically see it through the phone. It's just the camera that won't really be able to pick it up much. But it's not a problem. Actually, I probably could set up the Rebel now that I think about it. I did use it at night to film an Amtrak train and a manifest in Roanoke, and it worked fine. It just hasn't. It doesn't have as long of a recording time. I'll dig it out and see what I can manage. See what I can do. I've still got a few minutes. Why not? And there goes the stand for my microphone. Wonderful. Ooh. Yeah, that's right. I've got my computer microphone with me. If I were to plug that up into my camera, do you think it would actually work? I'm going off a guess here, so I don't know if it would. Oh, hello. I think he's moving. The hell? That doesn't make sense. Why is this not recording? Why is it not recording? That makes no sense. This thing's charged. Running meet here in Dalton, boys. Alright, I'm going to switch cameras while I have the chance. Power shot's being swapped for the Rebel. Hopefully nothing else comes in that time. I now know what camera I can use for night filming. The Rebel has good light because this lighting is the same as in Roanoke. The Rebel is a little bit more up to date, so it's got a better light sensor, so I can utilize it. I can use that to my advantage. That sucker's blowing and going, unless that's the other train from NS. Somebody's running like hell. Y'all hear those tires squeal? That guy is laying on the horn. Unless that's another train that I'm not aware of. It sounds like it might be another train. Or an echo. Let me look. NS on the green, CSX on the green. I don't know what direction he's going in, but I'll find out soon enough. Got a good shot of the moon, though, which is nice. I'm going to get the power shot. Well, I don't know which one's coming and which one's going, and I got to conserve battery on my Rebel. On the Rebel, it's got... I don't think I ever actually charged its battery recently, so... I can't take the risk. I've got to turn it off. I know one thing. I need to plug up the other battery from the camera, from the power shot, since I'm out here. And then it's recharging while this other train, the rest of the train action goes through. There's a reason I've got an extension cord. This is why. I don't know if I should risk it, but if I can get my power shot, if I can get the Rebel charged up, I might have a better chance. And besides, I've got the live stream going to where if I have to, I can re-record the train and get that footage off the live stream unless somebody else wants to do it. I don't know. Should I risk it? I don't know if I should. Don't know if I should. Oh my gosh. But I'll have to make sure any trains I film during the day, while I'm using... Well, now I know I can use the phone during the day or during the night. I can use the power shot for day filming, the Rebel for night filming. I just got to make sure I swap cameras out in advance. Especially if there's a lull. Time, it is currently 9:10 p.m. Friday, October 22nd, 2021. And for those who are curious, I have a new video up of that coal train I filmed in Comer. The thumbnail picture is actually of the rear helper unit, if you guys were curious. I figured I could try my hand at doing an optical rail fan illusion where the rear engine looks like it's leading. There might be something coming now that I think about it from what I'm hearing. It doesn't sound like a car or a truck engine. I just don't know how far away he is. We'll have been streaming now for almost 3 hours. This is the one time where such stream. This is the only time I'd make such an exception. I kid you not. This is the only time I would ever make an exception to streaming for 4 or 5 hours. So it's not that big of a deal. We have now hit the 3-hour mark, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. I think I'm going to zip this up there so no one gets any funny ideas. I really need to get a lock for that thing. Even though I know that wouldn't matter, it still wouldn't hurt to be secure. Oh, we got 2 greens now. 2 reds, 2 greens. And that's to Chattanooga. 1 at Warren, 1 at Norton. Got a red on CSX, red on NS. Red just after Walnut. And then green through the diamond to Norton. What is that? Then green through Warren onto the siding just before Varnell. Red from South Tunnel Hill to the Dalton for CSX. I'm just guessing here. I'm almost guessing. I mean, I am guessing. I'm still doing all these dang symbols, call signs, and codes for the railroad. Okay, and I've been doing this for 5 years. So yeah, that's tells you what expertise I've got. Which ain't much. But it's something. Something's better than nothing. Though I have to ask. I'm kind of wondering if the dang cameras have taken away from the number of rail fans who actually come to Dalton now that I think about it. I mean, really, why would you want to go to, say, Cordele or Folkestone or Dalton when you can just go online and look through the freaking rail fan camera, you know? I really hope... I mean, I know that's not Virtual Railfan's intention, is to take visitors who want to come to watch trains away. I get they're not intending to do that, but I know sometimes these cameras have an unintended side effect of doing that sometimes. I just hope that's not the case here. I really hope that's not the case. I mean, they don't have the Dalton camera up on YouTube anymore, so I can't tell if what I'm saying is being picked up or not, but I don't mean that in a bad way. I know they don't intend for the cameras to take away viewership. Yeah, I know, Joel. It's one thing to look at them through a grainy phone lens. It's another to stand here and actually see them for yourself, you know. It's just not the same. I mean, Danny Harmon said it best in his recent video regarding a revisit to Austell, Georgia, with the guys he chased trains with back like 20-odd years ago. You know, it's one thing to see the trains on film. It's another to hear them in person, like right now. Just like now, boys, just like now. Here we go. Here we go. Indeed, indeed. I don't know. I've got to look at the diamond. Oh, got another green and a red. Two reds. One on one side of the diamond, one on the other. We got a green kind of looking like it's coming out of a side track at one. going in, excuse me, and that's to Chattanooga, so he's going towards Chattanooga, I think. Going north. Yeah, again, I'm guessing. I'm guessing. I'm really guessing at this point.
That's the train coming.
2.
Did you get some else here, train?
Yeah, the one carrying explosives, he was
Okay,
stopped at it.
I've been reading the comments. I didn't realize I could do that, but I was in the bathroom, so I missed it. All right, here's your patty melt if you're hungry. It's got broccoli. Well, that's okay. It was good. So, oh, we hear another one coming.
I don't know if that's. Well, it may be. Unless that's the same train.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's think back on it. I can't tell. That one was just up, but it may have been the one that just passed.
Okay, yeah. Oh, that's right. This is the one that was confused.
I know one thing. They need to get some kind of UV fix with glare doesn't.
Right.
hard to see.
Yeah. Okay. Because it is 9.
Yeah. I remember we called them up until about I think around 10.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go sit in the Kia and read. Okay, and then oh, right there. That's coming. Chattanooga.
He must be heading south.
Yeah.
He's either heading north or south.
No, he's heading south. He's going southward.
Well, I found out something.
What?
That power shot doesn't have a good night sensor, whereas the Rebel does. So I'm using it to film. So I found my strategy. I can film with the phone for day and night.
Because it looks free then. Okay, so I'm going to go get in the Kia. We're going to leave in what, about an hour?
Unless something else comes.
Well, here we go.
Well, I mean...
I can't let you spend the night out here.
I'm guessing, okay?
Okay.
I'm guessing.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, the latest possibly maybe 11.
Well, I'll go back to the hotel and I'll be back here at 11.
I mean, I don't...
If you're fine with that.
I mean, I think I'll be okay. I've got something to eat.
Yeah, you got something to eat. Yeah, you want a bottle of water? I'll bring you a bottle of water.
That'd probably work.
Okay. And I'll come back and get you at 11.
All right, well,
I just can't sit on the bar stool.
I know. Hey,
That sounds like a train to me.
I'll say this. I mean, God forbid, if anything were to happen, this live stream is still going. So,
Okay.
yeah. Plus, Virtual Relevant has better cameras than I've got, so that'll be a real help. Well, I hit something more or less. I got another one at about PHELPS. That's to Atlanta. And you've got red between Warren and... Well, I can't read this. It's like some of these are blurry, and then I can't make them out. Well, I'm going to eat. I don't want to read. Well, seeing as I have got my dinner, I'm going to be eating while I keep an eye on my cameras. I'm literally just a guard dog. I guard my cameras and I will bite if someone tries anything funny. I mean, plus I technically could be guarding the station too. I'm no security guard, but you know what? Who cares? It's the least I can do for a town that's been made an effort to give the rail fans somewhat of a hangout spot here, so I can't complain about that. Oh, this looks good.
Is it good? their chili, and their chili was really good.
Mm,
Okay, you need a napkin?
I believe so. I don't think that one's going to do.
Oh, hold on a second. Hang on, I'll get that one out.
No, I'm just saying I don't think that one's going to be enough.
You did get silverware to go with your broccoli.
I know.
There we go.
Thank you.
Here. Well,
It's a bit cumbersome.
I was going to say, I didn't realize we had this is going to be a technical issue. Here. Here. I'm glad I told you to bring your jacket because it's 59 degrees out here.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's
Huh.
59. Here.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I'll be back at 11. Okay?
All right.
Okay.
Before y'all say anything, this is what you call being a very devoted rail fan, okay? But I mean, to be fair, I've been hot-natured a lot for a long time, so really, 59-degree weather is not what really doesn't really bother me that much. I've had to wait in the buses I've had to wait on my bus early in the morning, and it's a lot colder in the morning, believe me. I've waited for my bus in much colder temperatures than this. I think some days where it was like 30s as far as the temperature went. I don't remember. I remember it being like 38, 39 degrees one morning when I went out to wait. Though on a more food-wise note, this patty melt is good. I just didn't realize the cheese would be like the liquid kind. I mean, it's good, it's just messy, and that's a bit of a problem with cameras. I should have told Ellen to get me some towels. Or I should have got some towels. Excuse me, I'm an idiot. Oh well, it's not a problem. That was good. The rest. The guy looks to be 2 trains on the NS. So it's picking up. It's just slow. What's for dinner tonight? It was a patty melt, Kevin. That's good. Pizza's always good on a birthday, Kevin. I'll admit that. Don't know what you mean by that being one way to wake up, but unless you're referring to Ellen's comment about me spending the night. I'm not that devoted. I'm not that much devoted of a rail fan. I wouldn't camp out in a literal tent in front of the tracks. I wouldn't be that. I'm not that devoted, okay? I do prefer a warm bed, so I'm just wanting to get I want to get these last few movements of NS, if there is any more, in fact, coming, and then, which might be either 1 or 2 trains, and if it's 1, then I'll call her. If it's 2, I'll wait and then call her after both have passed. Hence why I, estimated between 10:30 and 11. It'd give them both time to come through and me to get everything packed up. That way all I have to do is grab my bags and equipment and go. Oh, I think I should have brought a heavier jacket now that I think about it. My nose is starting to run, which ain't good. I just don't want to get sick. Oh, yeah. Hell, actually, I think there was one morning where I actually ended up getting up out there early and it was even colder than that, like in the teen degrees, if you catch my drift. Almost like 19, 18 degrees. I don't remember, but I swear there was at least one day during the wintertime where I waited for the bus and it was that cold. And let me tell you, I got up and got ready early. I got out there early, like I think almost 20, 30 minutes early. Well, not 20 or 30 minutes, but somewhere like 10, maybe 15 minutes, because the bus always seemed to show up at like the most random times in the morning. You could get up that and out there at 7, it wouldn't be there until like 10, 12 minutes later. You got out there, it'd be there at like 6 or something. So I always made it a point to get out there fairly early, like almost, I mean, I think it was at the most 3 to 5 minutes early, just to be safe. No joke, I even went out there in the rain. How do I know this? Because when it rained, I'd actually get a fresh trash bag out from under our sink, and I'd actually put my book bag in the trash bag and tie it up so the water wouldn't ruin the stuff in it. Again, how do I know this? Or how do I remember this? Well, simple. I was cleaning my book bag out a few weeks ago and actually still had a trash bag I had used on a rainy day to actually keep my book bag dry. Because the last time I went out there in the rain and didn't have it bagged up, all the papers in it got wet and nearly got ruined. So, yeah, that's a thing. Oh. Also, by the way, keep calm and drink water. It's good for you. Keeps you hydrated. For me, it actually may help keep me awake for a little bit. Excuse me. Okay, I've got a green looking like it's coming out of a siding from Chattanooga, heading to Norton. Oh, hello. Got another green lined up here at the Diamond, heading north. And a red just after Loring, heading north to Chattanooga and or Knoxville. You'll be having something with us. Question is, who's going to come first? Let us find out. Oh, boy. Well, I can say with certainty that 59-degree weather is the coldest temperatures I've rail fanned in. But then again, in Athens on the normal winter day, if I recall, I believe there were times where it was even colder. Like, for instance, I think the first video I filmed with with the PowerShot camera, if I recall, it was cold enough to where I actually needed a small stocking hat and some gloves. So, yeah, that's interesting. Still got 2 greens and a red. Red for a block and 2 greens. Question is, who's going to make the first move? All right, let me see here. Here's what I got on the map so far, if you guys are interested. Question is, who's coming first? I'm actually kind of hoping those 2 trains do hurry up, because I am actually getting cold. And the last thing I want is to be sick with a sinus infection. That would not be good. That really would not be good. I know one thing, this one phone mount I've got is absolutely rusted from being at Edisto. Salt water's gotten to it. I see there's like at least 2 to 3 people on here, but I can't tell if anybody's like who all's here because I can't. It doesn't help me when when it shows the numbers, but no one really responds. I'm sure Kevin. I know you're still here, but I don't know who the other guy is. I don't know if that's Atlanta Rail Productions or Lawrence. And I see we have a third person who joined. Let me know who you are. Now, for all I know, that could be my grandmother. For all I know, checking in. Oh boy. At least I hope she's keeping the live stream open because, well, even if there's a delay for her, it would still be a good way of letting her know, hey, I'm ready to come home or head back, I guess, whichever it is. All right. Let's see what those. Okay. So it looks like there's only one train line through, so I think what I might do is I might give it to about 10:30 and see if another train comes through after the one that looks like it's got the green, and then after that head on back. Hey, CSX 500. Glad to see you're still here after all this time. I'll tell you what I'm hoping is that tomorrow will actually be a much better day. Hopefully where it'll be warmer and not so like dead as far as the train movements go. Of course, then again, I did have a rail fan say when it came. Of course, there was a rail fan or two who've told me that when the moon goes up, the signals go green. So, yeah, that is probably due to there being not as much traffic, on the roads. Ah, heck, I don't know. Okay, we got those two back here again. I can't tell if one's coming or the other's going or what. Gotta get this phone over here so you can see this. I don't know why, but I think I've got a good feeling about these two trains. I just can't explain it. Oh, we got three. So we got those two there, that one there, and then there was a green one right around here towards the diamond. But I don't know if that was the train that just passed or if those are some that are coming. I can't tell. Time is 9:47 p.m. And to the people watching on the virtual railfan camera, I was up in Ravenel, South Carolina recently. They've got a double track CSX line there. And I was at the depot, one of the county officials stopped by, and I recommended y'all's site to them, and they said they would consider it. They said they would consider looking into it. And Ravenel is like a really small town. But the depot is kind of their centerpiece. They've got a whole porch built trackside. Only problem, when I was there, there were numerous wasp and or hornets nests. So, not a good day. Okay, I'm hearing something, but I can't tell if that's the train. All right. The good thing about Dalton is it's like Comer. But the thing about Dalton is that it's like Comer but bigger and busier. You got multiple crossings that literally can let you know where the train is and where it's and I mean you got crossings well before this point on each end that let you know well in advance when the train are coming. So I mean, yeah, it's like Comer, Georgia. You got more than enough advanced warning to know when the train's coming. It gives you plenty of time to set up and get ready. Usually whenever I'm up at Comer and hear one coming, I set up and start recording almost 2.5, 3 minutes before the train actually comes into view. That way I can catch him blasting at each crossing. All right, get on the top. I can't tell if it's moving. This is just some train that's already passed. I can't tell. I really cannot tell. I must be losing my mind. I swear, I'm almost like I can't explain it. It almost looks like I'm seeing a headlight glowing on the rails, but I can't tell. I can't be certain. 9:52. If nothing comes by 10:30, I'll be telling you. I may be giving it up at around 10:30 to 11. Because I keep seeing green, but I can't tell if those are trains coming towards my location or if they've already passed. I can't tell. My question though is why can't Austell have something like this put back up over the diamond there? I know they had a gazebo at one point, but but NS had them tear it down for some reason or another, which is a shame. It really is a shame. That's a hot spot, and the town could benefit greatly from it. I mean, even a small gazebo would be nice, and they could literally have it set up here. They could have a fence in front of the tracks. Up, there we go. A lot of dang sirens in town, I know that much. Oh yeah, the moon is right there where my finger's pointing. So yeah, no, it's fine. You just got mooned. I'm just messing around. I'm just messing around. I'm referring to the planet, not anything else. Yeah, the full moon is right in the top left corner of my live stream. Literally the exact top left corner. Uh, yeah, but I didn't realize it was like 59 degrees. Oh my gosh. That's cold. But to be fair, I mean, it'd be like my stepdad deciding that 66 degrees isn't cold enough in the house and him just turning it down to like 60. Okay, got another green, but I can't tell. Look, it's like there's two greens that show up on the two routes passing through Dalton that are in S, and then there's one down in showing S to Atlanta, and that's got a green. Oh, it's got a green at Sugar Valley. Or Badly, or whatever it is. I can't make out what that one's saying when it's blurry. It's like when it's purple, it's blurry. I can't read it. I can't read it. The words are too blurry. Oh. Well, I know one thing. If I'm going to be out here next time, I'm going to wear jeans. I know that much. And if Ellen still has those sweaters, I might have one of those for when it gets this late. That and my jacket that I can put over it and zip up and stay warm. Oh well. Not a problem. It's not a problem. I'll live. I may be cold, but I'll live. Okay, is that a train? That sounds like one, but I can't be sure. That rumble. There's no horn. know we've got a green on the mooring. I can't tell if he's heading either north or south. I guess he's heading south. He's coming towards me, depending on what the way things from the good signals are pointing. Alright. There's one. Got a very fouled horn, I know that much. Times 10:02. 10:02. That sucker took almost 8 minutes and 30 seconds to pass, and that was a long one. Camera battery on the power of the Rebel's dead. I'm swapping over. Hopefully I'll have enough time to get at least a little bit more juice in it before the next train comes. And it looks like there's 2 more coming. Possibly. But I'm guessing. Yeah, I've got one green in a warren. Red just after it. Red is more Dalton from the track that just passed. One on a hunch. That might be the other train that's coming through. There is one waiting to get the clear. Either way, I'm hoping I can get at least this one more train and then head on back. Time is 10:11. 10:11. I don't know what train symbol that train had. I just know it's an NS Manifest that had all sorts of almost every type of cargo you could think of on it. So, including maintenance of way equipment and a Montana Rail Link car. So, that was interesting. A lot of old Southern box cars too. That's the first train I've seen them on in a long time. Haven't seen that many Southern box cars anymore. You know, I tell you, most railroad museums have equipment from, I think, the 50s up to the early 70s, and some have at least one or two pieces from the 80s, but I don't know about down here. I don't know of any museum that's gotten any kind of Southern equipment from the late 70s and 80s. All I can say is I hope they get something, because that stuff is all rapidly disappearing. You know, the stuff that you still see from the CNO, BNO, Jesse, Seaboard, Family Line, Southern, NNW, you know, all that stuff's rapidly going to the scrapper as far as rolling stock goes. Locomotives are one thing. Scrapper storage, like normal freight equipment's another. That stuff's rapidly vanishing. No, we still got comedy. No, we still got rambling Joe Biden. What the fuck? I'm sorry. That's a quote Robin. That's something Robin Williams said back in like 2009. A good few years before he passed away. But it's funny because it's so true. We got a green between Davis and Sugar Valley. I don't know if that's coming towards us or coming away. Can't tell. Still have one person here. I don't know who they are. Oh, hey, Matthew. It's amazing, isn't it? It goes from, I think, 4 to 6 down to 4 and then down to 1. Oh, Kevin, thank you. Okay. So technically there's still 2 people here. Okay. I'm going to give you a rundown of what my game plan is going to be now that that train has passed and that my Red Bull, the only night camera I've got, is kind of dying. Okay, here we go. Here's the map. We got a green on the NS to Atlanta section and then a red over in Norton. That's the train that just passed, if I'm not mistaken. It did show one, I guess, either before or behind that train, but I don't know how long it's going to take him to get here. And I don't know how long it'll take for me to get the battery up I don't know how long it's going to take for that battery to get at least enough of a charge to where I can record the next train. So, my game plan is either this. I take a risk and wait for that train and use whatever battery life is left and risk the camera going dead midway through. Or I can let this whatever the next train is go, pack all this up, get this charged up, come back in the morning. It's already 10:15. Only got to wait another half hour, and because I did say 11. That's okay. NS to Atlanta, and he's going away from Atlanta, from what I can gather. So he's either going towards Chattanooga. Okay, so that doesn't look to be anywhere near me. But I've got 3 areas up in here between the NS to Knoxville and Chattanooga that are blocked, that are red. Now, I don't know if that's for the train that I just filmed or what. I can't tell, but I think I've made my decision. That green one doesn't look like it's anywhere near here. I don't think. Nah. Okay, I think I know what I may do. I'm probably going to shut all this down, pack it all up, call it a night. At least here. I've still got to get all the stuff unpacked at the hotel. Once there, I can try and get all this footage transferred from my 2 cameras and start cobbling all of that together into the first video compilation. Unlike last time where I posted all 2 hours of train footage that I filmed between my cameras, I'm probably going to break it up between days and or nights. Like everything from today will be its own video. Everything tomorrow will be its own video. Everything after that will be its own video. And I think what I might even do is make it so it's divided up to day and night. With today as an exception, since I caught only 1 train during the daylight hours, 1 or 2 during the daylight hours, I'm going to make all that be its own video. As for whatever happens tomorrow, I'll make whatever I film in the day be its one video, since it's all on the power shot, and then as it gets closer to dark, like below dusk, I'll swap cameras and use the Rebel. And what I might do is while I use one camera, I have the battery for the other charging. I can charge at least 1 battery on this extension cord. So, with that being said, tomorrow is during the day while I'm using the power shot. Tomorrow what I'll do is while I have the power shot running, I'll have the Rebel's battery charging even more. And then when I use the Rebel during the night, I can utilize that same plug-in and charge the power shot's battery. So I think, well, wait a minute. Okay. Well, dang. Okay, so this is a conundrum. Look here. CSX and NS. What are the chances? I can't tell if this is supposed to be a running meet or what. It looks like it, though, so I may have to stay for this. I sense a finale showing up for tonight. If that's what I'm thinking it is, it's going to be interesting. If that's a running meet, we're going to have 2 trains meeting right here in front of this little depot. I'm guessing on that. Thing is, though, I'd been turning the Rebel off. That's one of the few cameras where I haven't actually touched it since Roanoke. And really, that's now my night camera. Now that I know it can film good at night, when you have a decent enough light source, that's going to be my new go-to camera for nighttime train filming. At least in areas where I have good light like this. Though, to be fair, I kind of hope it takes those 2 trains another hour or 2 to get here, because, hell, I need all the time I can get to get that battery charged. Because the Rebel's probably going to be the only thing that catches this meet, if it actually is what I'm thinking it is. And to the people in the Ralph virtual Ralph fan camera chat, I'm just guessing here, okay? I'm only guessing at this thing. I'm going off of the ATC thing they've got, and I don't know how accurate it is. But if this turns out to be a running meet, then all of us are going to be in for something interesting tonight. But I don't know if that denotes how long the trains are, how long the green line is, if that denotes... I guess that denotes how long the train is. So CSX is coming from Tunnel Hill. NS looks to be coming from Norton. And it looks like he may go first because he's well ahead of the CSX train. So somebody, once they get here, somebody's going to have to stop. Otherwise, well, we'd be seeing something real interesting quick. Of course, the battery life on my phone is at 100% since I have the battery saver on. That thing looks so nice here at night. You know, what they could do to bring awareness back to this passenger car is put some makeshift lights up in it and have it look like it's lit up. That'd be neat. It's just an idea, of course. Maybe for some kind of anniversary or something. Of course, that's just my idea. I don't know if they'll ever go. I don't think they would actually go through with it. Besides, why would they? Just some 20-year-old Erica Gomez. Glad to see you could make it. Alright. Oh, shoot. Okay. NS has got it clear. He's going to be coming right. He's probably going to be here in a few minutes. I'm going to have to risk it. I don't have a choice. He just got green all the way through the diamond. Warring is clear all the way through North Dalton, Walnut, whatever it is. I think, unless that's just saying that the track ahead for any other train is now clear. I don't know, I can't tell. Unless that's maybe for the one that just passed. I can't tell. I mean, oh boy. Boy. Finally Plays YouTube official. What's up? Welcome to the channel. Albeit this is a very late recording. I've got 2 greens lined up. One for CSX from Chattanooga, one from NS heading to either Chattanooga or Knoxville from Atlanta. One's coming and one's going. I'm just trying to figure out who's going to be coming first and when. I don't know how long this is going to take, but that's as far as the traffic goes. That's going to be it. Depending on whoever gets here first is going to determine if I stay or go. But I know if the CSX is going to, if NS comes through first, then CSX will follow soon after him once he passes. I'm just trying to figure out how long that'll take because I want to try and get this battery charged up enough to get those 2 moves. Oh gosh, there's 2 more behind this? Oh boy. Oh boy. Look, the rumor about the signals going green at night are true. I'm seeing like 4 different trains. 3 which appear to be on NS, and 1 that appears to be CSX. One seems to be Wendell, whatever it is, and then one's between Royal and Norton. That could just be the blocks being here. I don't know. I really don't know. Oh boy. It doesn't show me the battery level. It doesn't show me the battery level, Matthew. It's orange. I've got a normal wall outlet that gives me like a normal wall outlet battery charger that just charges the battery pretty much until the light goes from orange to green. Orange means it's charging, green means it's fully charged. There's no red. But I'm kind of hoping in between the trains that I might have a chance to get the battery charged. It's not red. If it was red, there'd be a problem. But it's currently on orange, meaning it's charging. Green means it's full. Hopefully that'll be full before long. If this takes as long as I'm thinking it is. This is actually one time where I kind of hope the train is... Then this is one time where I'm actually kind of hoping the train isn't too close because I want to try and get as much battery life back into this battery as I can. Because the PowerShot camera, you can look at the video footage later and tell which one has the better light sensor for nighttime filming. At least in this kind of lighting. Thank God for more of them. You know, as if this thing had a legend where you know what all the different colors mean when trying to get closer to the town. There's like purple, yellow, orange, white, and then red. Kind of helpful as far as what does those mean. Seems like they've got green for CSX and NS at the moment, but if it's come yet. Oh, one's coming. I can hear him. Well, here goes nothing. Wish me luck. So it seems like CSX is coming first. I'm not crazy. I heard a horn. I know something's coming. I think I'm going to wait until it's close enough. $10:34. Minute this train passes, I'm putting the camera battery right back on. See if maybe I can get a little bit more power back into it. hurt my feet with this one. Oh. Now it'll be time for CSX. Now, I've been hearing rumors of there being a container shortage. Did that look like a shortage to you? No, sir. That train was fully loaded. Yeah, exactly. And they say we have a supply shortage. Or a shortage of truck drivers, excuse me. All that, if that train it was as loaded, I'll just say this, if that train there was loaded, I'm going to just be blunt. We must clearly have at least a good number of truck drivers still out on the roads because that sucker was fully loaded. Those weren't empties. Those were loaded. Same with maybe the other 2 trains that just came through that were intermodal. That could have been a good number, well over 100 different trucks that could technically be considered to be on that one train right there, going to wherever we need them to go. I'm just hoping though, I'm just hoping that there's enough truckers to actually get all that stuff from that train to wherever it's all needing to be distributed to. But you can tell that NS has a good-sized contract with J.B. Hunt. I think over half of that train was nothing but J.B. Hunt containers. Of course, then again, it seems like that's all you really see now is J.B. Hunt and or 1 or 2 other container companies. You don't see like Sealand anymore, I don't believe. I know that was one container company that was around back in the 90s, early 2000s. You don't see them anymore, I don't think. I could be wrong, though, so don't quote me on it. Okay, so that leaves CSX. He should be here in a few minutes. Once he goes through, that's it. I am signing out. It currently is 10:45 p.m. October 22nd, 2021. Excuse me. I believe if I'm right, CSX is going in the opposite direction of NS. I think he's either going towards Atlanta or coming from Atlanta, going to Chattanooga. I will say, I did go up the incline in Chattanooga when Jesse and I met for the first time, but I lost all that footage for some reason. All that footage was gone. Like the footage just from the incline. Everything else from TVRM is still there. And I've got the Rebel turned off right now to conserve as much of the battery life as possible for this last train of the night. The only green I'm seeing is CSX. Oh, Dalton just flashed, so I think that means he's right there! Here we go, folks. Last train of the night for me. Time is 10:48. Either DPU or rear end helpers coming up right here. Oh, hey, scared me for a minute. That brings this train to having 6 units on it. First one I've seen which has 4 helpers in the middle. This is a long sucker. And folks, that is it. We are signing off. That sucker was a monster. That thing took almost 9 minutes to pass. That's the first coal train I've seen that's had 2 engines on the front, but like 4 different DPU units in the middle. I don't think I've ever seen a train that's had that many units in the center point. So, I'd say that was worth waiting for. I'm getting this stuff packed up. My rear end's frozen enough. I believe I'm heading back to the hotel room. So, yes. But don't think this is the end. No, sir. This is going to be the beginning. Now the fun part of trying to edit all this mess together begins. Because I've got 2 cars worth of footage to take care of. I'm pretty sure the few stragglers on the railfan cam up here are going, what the hell is this kid doing out so late? There's your answer. There is your answer. ladies and gentlemen. This just brings the term devoted rail fan into a full-blown, honest-to-God perspective. I know one thing I'm going to do. I'm going to warm up. That is what I am going to do. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'll see y'all back at the hotel.